Greetings, I'm Adventure Argonaut and I welcome you back to Disco Elysium. So without further ado, let's see whether the streams are up. These two are. Kick and Twitch are up. And how about Rumble? Are we getting ready to rumble? Yes. Yeah, yesterday apparently my Twitch stream cut off a few times. Like when I checked, the backlog or whatever, there was 3 different streams on Twitch from yesterday. But on Rumble and Kick, I believe there were no problems. But hey, I'm happy that it at least continued the stream by itself. That I didn't have to restart the stream or anything on Twitch either. But anyways, let's continue the game. So yeah, we managed to get money to pay for the damages from this guy. He's sold some hubcaps, Kim Katsuragi.
Can I help you? Yes.
So I have your money. Choke on it.
Great.
I did it already, but I wanted to go back.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, please pay for each night in advance. 20 real per night. If you don't have the money, it's over.
Time stops advancing after 2 in the morning. If you haven't paid for your room by then, it's game over. Don't leave finding money to the last minute, however. It's harder.
I'll take a room here too.
Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything?
Okay. So let's go. Before I go, we still have time before sleeping time, and I have this book, so I should probably read it. La Fumée.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Frisa. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
White antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time...
Lol, communism is a society in accord with the natural world? Has anybody ever made that claim? I guess the communism is viewed differently in this world, in Disco Elysium. So why Frisa?
Because Frisa was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
So flip through the pages, see what catches
your eye. To your
eye.
disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Okay, read the editor's note.
As you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism.
Rigid capitalist structure. Is it implying that communism isn't rigid? Like, hey, I don't want to defend capitalism either, but still I think it's more like flexible as a system.
But like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership.
Good point.
So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Play it cool, pretend everything's in
You
order.
flip back to the front of the magazine.
So I want to catch up on international developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
What is Kunst and Kultur?
Unfolds before you.
Kunst is art and Kultur is, you can guess.
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you.
So that's Deutsch in this world.
It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
What's the profile of CS?
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Okay, what do the communists say about Tip Top?
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colourful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
What's wrong with Tip Top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
Hang on, who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines. Nastep Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
I like the name Exilus.
There's no way those are real names.
Why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity.
I think this is actually a really good point. This is like, where communism scores a point, like, especially sports. We just had the Olympics, and, back in the day, let's go back to, the original Olympics in ancient Greece. I'm pretty sure, well, I think they were naked when they played sports, but, athlete used to be somebody who is fit and healthy and strong and all of that stuff. But nowadays, the image of an athlete is somebody with, Nike and Reebok attire with advertisements plastered all over them. So I find it disgusting, personally.
Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right, but then you see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest.
I guess this is like NASCAR or something.
At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
Wow, you're right. I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Kim, this article says no one really watches Tip Top Tourney for the races.
Ah, come on. Can this article read your mind?
No, I guess not.
Well, there you have it. No reason to get hung up on the pretentious ramblings of a few young men. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents
Okay, so
unfolds before
local
you.
concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Ah, okay, this might actually be relevant to our case.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Sure. I'm getting tired of this. Damn communists should have killed a lot of them when they had the chance.
One of the editorials proclaims that the more the forces of reaction attempt to crush the body, the more defiant the spirit of communism becomes.
Sounds like Abrahamic religions, actually.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. Unsurprisingly, you skim the
I thought there's gonna be some
there's a brief
useful
article by the writer, G.
information
Martin,
about the strikes.
accusing
If
the
it
owner
weren't for
of
the
the
wild
Capeside
pines, all those
Apartments
moochers
of
would be out of
illegally-
job.
According to these editorials, private enterprise is simply a means of organizing labor that would already happen regardless. It goes on to call the wild pines a nightmarish transnational leech sucking the life from the laboring classes of Martinez.
Okay, this is so like, I don't know if any actual communists have made this argument, but this is complete bullshit. According to these editorials, private enterprise is simply a means of organizing labor that would already happen regardless. Like, it made me think of this, some, British OnlyFans model or whatever who was in Spain and caused a, controversy that she's leaving her underpants everywhere and, her panties taking them off and leaving them in public places and, she's doing it for business purposes, to promote her OnlyFans or whatever services she uses. And I don't think she would be doing it if it wasn't, potentially, didn't promote her business.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table.
Yeah. Okay, let's just go. What's this?
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruder.
What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Bruder.
What is fascism?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut.
Mostly.
Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems?
Financiers?
Yes, them, but also women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen.
Like, is it just trying to be funny or like, because I'm not the foremost expert on fascism, but I don't think that's the essence of fascism.
That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place.
Am I having some kind of stomach Caesar?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Or am I getting this?
Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
Fascism sounds so bad, though. What if we call it something else, like traditionalism?
Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking.
It's very subtle. This game is trying to hint that, oh, if you're a traditionalist, you're just a fascist with a better PR or something.
That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that.
Okay, I made my mind up about fascism.
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota.
What? Okay, I'll keep my views for the glory of Revacholian nation. Opt-in. I don't really know anything about, like, what Revachol even stands for. So, and who are the Revacholians? I guess they're like the French in this world.
For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach.
No, fascism is about industry and politics and nationhood, not women. I'm absolutely okay with women.
Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
Like, to be fair, it didn't. The game didn't paint communism in the best light either. So I don't know. Like, I'm just wondering, because I did hear beforehand that this is supposed to be some sort of leftist propaganda, and so far I wouldn't say it is. But even though it does seem to have a leftist slant a little bit, but well, we'll see. But it's not like, the choice is only between communism and fascism. It's not like,
This is
that's
the door
all there
to
is
the
to
room
life.
you
That's a very
redecorated.
modern way of looking at it. Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Okay. It's so silly he's still carrying the flashlight.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
He lights a cigarette. Didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
I think I might want to pick up smoking. Do you have any more cigarettes?
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
I think the music sounds louder than the speech, but whatever. Right then, let's the debrief return to.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
Damn right, I'm a sharpshooting cop.
On this occasion, I must agree. At any rate, your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we're missing something, but we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing, even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
He takes a deep drag and looks at the city. Well, I have good communication skills, so that's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work.
Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Lair. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us more.
Claire also helped you how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
I don't know how I feel about my name, actually.
That's normal. It's best not to give it too much thought.
Kim must have had doubts about his name at some point too, but deliberately discarded them.
Have you ever wanted to change your name, Kim?
Change? No, not exactly. But I think all of us at some point imagine what our lives might have been had we been something else. And then we feel trapped by the names we've been given as symbols of the intentions and expectations of others.
He pulls a long, pensive drag.
Even if I were to change my name now, upon hearing any syllable that sounds like Kim in the street, I turn to see who was calling me. But let's move on to the Wild Pines rep.
We didn't get to that interview.
No, we didn't. It's very important that we do it tomorrow latest.
So who is the Wild Pines rep? He breathes out a billow of silver smoke.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Yeah, he's part of the Shamrock Shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
$1,000, why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
I see, and what if somebody resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. And who makes all the rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the coalition government.
It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The moral intern, what is it?
The The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
I object to the use of the terms center-left and center-right in this. This is a different world that you cannot assume that I know what it is, because, originally it comes from the, French, from the time just prior to the French Revolution, I believe. The left was, well, the right wing was for, state church, and the left was against state church. That's what it comes down to. So it's like, because I don't think left and right are really applicable in our real world. So it's even less applicable in this fantasy world that we are in right now. And I cannot ask. There's many questions I can ask. Very simple questions like what is a pawn shop or something. But like, why can't I ask about what is left, what is right? But anyway, what do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Okay, Dolores.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of
The
them?
moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the moral intern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
Leitmotiv? Is it like light motive or what?
But the
Not
years
quite
have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
So he arches his brow, pulls on his cigarette, is a slim white thing in his fingers. I don't know, it's difficult to judge this moral intern because I really know too little about this world. I just like this comment most. It's like like this is like the most reasonable. Well, no, it's we need them here. I don't agree that we need them. I'm not saying we should get rid of them because I don't really know. And this, I don't know. Well, I think this is humanism. Humanism is usually like, I don't know, prelude to dystopia or something. And this is like, be communist. So yeah, let's say this. Mother silent. Immigrants, liberal kids, fucking men are turning into women.
Well phrased. I understand answering to foreign powers doesn't sit well with immigrant bashing. But without the EMI, we would be common vigilantes. That's just the way it is.
Actually, vigilantes is okay with me.
Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
He looks at the roundabout. Say nothing, just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
I was just thinking, like, is his last name or first name, was it Kitsuragi or wait, is Kim his first name or last name? I thought Kim is his last name and Kitsuragi, and I thought it was Katsuragi. Whatever.
They really don't like
Okay, I
this
guess
guy.
it's Kitsuragi.
And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in Lair, in Jamrock, in the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our 2 precincts.
And in Jamrock and in the Grish.
We run this city. West of the river is Elysium land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Bartholomew Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat. As he mounts the horse to head home, rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
What the people need is stronger leadership that would put everyone in line. And I should be
That
the
seems
leader.
unwise to me. But it's too late for an all-out political debate.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Level up. Yeah, it's getting real. He pulls out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. Okay. How much? Yeah, I'm doing this. Okay, it's 39% done. So I wonder if this advances while I sleep, or is it only like, counts waking hours. But yeah, let's save again and then finally try to go to sleep. See you in the morning.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Tune in. Okay. Let's take the tool out from our hands then. Can we
A mirror
clean the
hangs
mirror?
on the bathroom wall.
A
In
tool
it,
not in
your
hand.
face, adorned.
Chain cut. Okay. This is sort of annoying that the way
A mirror
like you have
hangs
to
on the
access
bathroom
the
wall. In it, your face,
what's this
adorned
called?
with the expression.
The inventory. Yeah, let's just try it. It's gonna fail, but
The
whatever.
chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into
Oh,
place.
since
You know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber. It's too late. Like an
how about if I use the other gloves? Electrochemistry gloves. Can I
A
try
mirror
to
hangs
use?
on the
No, I
bathroom.
can't use it again. Yeah, I have to improve the skill. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I think interfacing is generally better. Okay,
The
then
bed
can
is
we go to
cold and
sleep?
not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Yeah, crawl in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
It's already been 35 minutes of the stream and we still haven't gotten to sleep. Like this game really advances at a slow pace. And I'm not saying it's a good or a bad thing, but it's just an observation. But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why? Because you don't have your phone and you're not watching YouTube.
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Roll over to the other
It's a
side.
little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep
Your
now.
breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Oh. Guess we have to go see the body. Maybe we killed him. Oh no, it's me.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
You said who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life?
I was left.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I don't want to come back.
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed Elysium.
What is Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
Stink. I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Help me.
Help you? Why? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin sleep-like state. More glass than velvet. Grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another type.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
So finally we can wake up. Oh, I healed everything. Yes. Yeah. What's this?
Good going, buddy.
I just had the most beautiful dream. Uplifting, rejuvenating.
Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on with
You
me?
mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
No, that's not it. I feel super good.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Wait, what is speed?
Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
No, I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week? Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
What is this? Why is the window is broken?
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Well, look
The
out.
morning light hurts your eyes. It's hazy, but you see the ocean and some war-torn buildings.
So, 97% chance of success to assess the damage. I wonder if I will succeed.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside.
Did I break it with my own hands? Look at them.
A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent.
What did this then?
More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Assess the size of the impact.
It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist.
Bottle. The bird downstairs.
The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe.
I'm sure I had a good reason for it. Maybe I was trying to hit someone.
And maybe, just maybe, you succeeded. We'll never know.
Maybe somebody was on the balcony, like, some bad guy, and we hit them on the head.
You were trying to smash your own reflection in the window pane. A mirror hangs on the bath.
How about this? Not this one, this one. Okay, the time did not progress while we were asleep. Well, let's see if somebody's on the balcony. Nope. Okay. Let's see if Kitsuragi is there, or Kim. How about this woman?
The door is closed. Still nothing.
Oh, lots of people. What's going on? Good morning.
Morning.
He gives you a quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
What do you mean rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
These are the men Gart told us about yesterday.
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the dock workers' union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
There are so many of them, maybe we should call in reinforcements.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders' Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head.
Let's roll.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Can I help you?
About my bill for
Got the
tonight?
20 real? Then why are you wasting my time?
I wanna
and
kick his
yours?
ass.
Yes.
I hope I
Flattery
find my
is the
gun.
way.
Yeah, we've heard you have a huge fridge, colossal, practically a mausoleum.
You've heard wrong, and you're not putting a dead body into my fridge.
Damn, I thought the size thing would work.
I'm not gonna even ask why, you're just gonna say something
This
mean.
is a culinary establishment, not a morgue. You don't have to ask me why you can't store a dead body in my kitchen.
Kitchen. It's right nearby. What if you asked the cook?
Yeah, we
It
asked
would
him.
only be for
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No, the answer is no. I will not turn this place into some kind of macabre circus.
I hate to say it, but looks like we're going to have to ask Kuno if he knows of a spare fridge around.
Okay, let's go ask. Let's ask this woman first. We haven't talked to her in a while. The woman turns back to the cafeteria manager.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
The cafeteria manager appears genuinely apologetic.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
There was some sort of phone in the dock or that area, so maybe we can do the call for her because she couldn't get there. It's sort of difficult access and stuff.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Howdy, Lena. What's kicking?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
A faint smile tells you she appreciates the effort, but at the moment her mind is on more serious matters.
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why did you need to use the phone anyway?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Okay.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
She looks down.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully, but you have more important things to worry about.
She glances out the window toward the bay. What's this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
Wait, who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that.
She smiles.
Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Are they in a rough neighborhood?
There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
Nameless old fishing village. I think I can solve the problem. You know, there's deep ones and they're in trouble with them.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling together.
The lieutenant doesn't want to agitate the woman. Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
This sounds like police business. I'll help you find your husband.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
I've got a premonition that this missing scientist is connected to our main case.
I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose it won't hurt to keep an eye out.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel.
The waterlock on the canal is broken, so your husband is probably just stuck on the other side of the coast.
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
I really don't know.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
So wait, did I solve the case already?
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband. And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here when or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
The lieutenant sounds unimpressed.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
No arguments from me on that front.
The quality of research at Refrigerated universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
And that's what's exactly wrong with academia.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Okay. Maybe you should convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
I want to know everything about cryptids, living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids. Bring it on.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Fine. Maybe I can try it again if I raise my suggestion skill. Tell me more about Morel, Luke's character, your
Oh
relationship.
dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
What does he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information. It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. Why don't you try describing him as you would one of your cryptids?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, just in case.
How long have you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did two of you meet?
By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think I have all the information I need. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Tell me about this rare insect your husband is looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Yeah, I don't want to, because time is a resource in this game. You're right, I don't have time for insect facts right now. Let's talk about something else.
Of course, dear.
Let's go to the kitchen. Oh no, ask this guy if he can tell us about the phone.
Another thing.
So
Great.
the phone line is dead.
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
That's pretty strange.
It's not strange, it's inconvenient.
Is it true there was foul
Who
play?
told you that?
I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of arseholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill.
I was hoping maybe we could
Yes?
try to fix it ourselves. Like, where is the phone line and the phone and everything? Tomatoes are so thinly sliced you can see through them.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Do you know what's behind that door? Point to the blue door.
He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Leo said you're friends with Mañana, is that true?
The mention of Mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. They're friends.
What's in the borscht you are making there? Point to the large pot.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Mercury rising. Run your fingers through your hair. Sure.
Borscht need more vodka?
Ah, vodka.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Vodka borscht! I love it, Bratan! Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
No vodka. Turn your fingers counterclockwise. Cut it.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Okay, by the way, we speak Revacholian in Revachol. Get your Revacholian nationhood on.
Speak Revacholian?
The lieutenant raises his eyebrow. Yeah, speak Revacholian, yes, not this funky thing he's spurting out
We
here.
speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language. But don't worry, your message remains clear.
I guess it's sort of like speak American.
The cook is still smoking, ash falling from between his fingers. His hands are large and clean.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock. The door does...
Now, what's this? Money. Okay, that drunk guy is gone. I failed to wake him up.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
That seems like hostile talk. We should beat her up.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
You lied to me, you're not a gardener.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
She crosses her arms. See?
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does.
She points to the man on her right.
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What's your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
I really want to beat her up. What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
The tall, broad-shouldered man takes a sip of his beer.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
I like that. Good start. Let's take it a step further. Armed uprising. What are the union's plans?
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary.
What are you going to do to me? The lieutenant is not satisfied with the approach.
What are we going to do to you?
It's a cold laughter devoid of joy.
The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
I should talk to Titus.
Hey,
Look around.
hey, you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too?
Them like the polar opposites, communism and love. Yes, we should all stop building love.
This conversation isn't really about love. Try to keep up, okay? This is about the communism you've promised to build. Word on the street is it's going to be 10,000 times larger than any communism previously attempted. Is that true?
When have I promised that? How come there's word on the
You
street?
keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Sodomize the landowners sounds very like current year communism. I haven't said anything like that.
Okay, Not in so many words, but don't deny it. You're about to rip off that mask of social democracy and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that will devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, first, what is this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin, where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist.
I don't really know what he's talking about. I'm
Now
completely lost. Yeah, I will opt out. It's, it's too tiring. I don't have... No, it's more like it's bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. Like, how would we go about, to rebuilding the dreams of the working class? Like, I'm not against that, but how will communism help realize it?
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. No objections. It's mathematically impossible to achieve a classless society. Everyone knows this. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one. There's one.
What should I do?
You should build communism. Precisely because it's impossible.
The game really wants me to start building communism. No, like, this is the, leftist way, like nagging until you're like, yeah, fine, no. Or it's the same as, a telemarketer. Communism is telemarketing. That's my thought for the day. No, shut up, I want to lie down, let the water carry me downstream. I want... Hey, that's money. It's bold as spit in it, reeking of tobacco. Photos of men in overalls toting guns and Union placards. Hawthorn bushes outside. Okay, let's save if, there might be some challenges talking to this guy.
This is where you say your bed.
A broad-shouldered man points you with beer can.
Detective.
The lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
The chatter is too inane to reach your ears. Raise your chin and gaze into the distance like a prince.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
The little guy looks at his mates in disbelief.
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
The lieutenant turns to the broad-shouldered man at the end of the table. We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
I really want to
not going
arrest
to get
her
better
or
than
something. I really hate this woman. She's really annoying.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
Okay. Scan the room.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine.
Is he overbearingly masculine?
Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s. Early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations. Hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap. Fingerless gloves. And numerous scars. A little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
Where?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
And the little guy.
Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, alone, is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
Fat Angus. It's like Fat Bastard from Austin Powers or something.
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
One of them is missing the odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
Titus is staring at you with his head tilted. I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where is the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here.
Is it the woman here? He sizes you up.
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
He shakes his head.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
This person Glenn wants to hire, he really respects her.
So is it the...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. End.
He points to the lieutenant.
You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
I really want to kick their asses. I still hate the woman the most, but I don't like these either. They're quite rude to me.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this eighth Hardy sooner or later.
The man hanged in the backyard. Did you do it?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
I have spoken to dead man in a bizarre occult vision. Okay, well, there's a container belt around the dead man's neck.
Container belt? Like we use in the harbor?
Yes, why?
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
So he's admitting it?
We did this together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
Uh-huh, so you just confessed the murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Shays Electrique is the method of capital punishment.
Yes, I could figure that out.
Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Suzerain is a word not used often enough.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
He says it as if it was worse than dying. A reunion, was that?
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
I like this answer. I drink so much I can't really remember anyone I've sent behind bars, but I don't want to say it to these assholes. Yes, but these were all bad people, criminal scum of the earth.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him.
Why did you kill him then?
'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vice.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Hold on, how do you even know he was in the Special Forces?
Because one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
Okay.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Okay, besides crimes against karaoke, what did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
He wiped spittle from his mouth.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation?
Yeah.
He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
The lieutenant is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
He repeats like a parrot.
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
Right, but who did he rape them? This is a very serious allegation.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Who got the shots that
Are
night?
you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A shadow of a smirk passes her lips as she tilts her head.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Address Titus, no, but seriously, who calls the shots around here?
Who do you fucking think does?
Point at the harm. I'm thinking, like, you know, I sort of wanna. Maybe it would create tension between them if I point at Elizabeth. But then again, you know, Everard Clare is like the safe choice. Of course, Titus seems to be the boss of this group. Maybe I'll try this. Point at Elizabeth. I thought she did.
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
Now they're implicating him.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
The fixer turns to remind Titus.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long have you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
Pines cow? Is it like the ship or something?
By the Pines Cow, you mean the representative for White Pines? The shipping company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mull it over.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
How did you kill
We
him?
hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
I think maybe they didn't actually kill him. Maybe they are covering up for somebody else.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, Capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clapped him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim
My
out?
fucking elbow, Copper. Samurai boxing style.
Samurai boxing, or Sambo, is an eloquently violent set of one-on-one fighting moves originating from the samurai Isola. Sambo style implies stealth, cleverness, and cool.
Carlito Caribbean cool.
He may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing, no uncalled for details.
Where did all this action take place?
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man. Weren't you listening?
Okay, let's try this.
Actually,
No.
they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
All of them? Maybe one of them is fidgeting, cracking under pressure.
Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Right, I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
I guess I'll try it. So why don't I just arrest you, step closer?
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
His mean little eyes come alive with hatred.
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
Yeah, easy now, let's just talk.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one and get the fuck out of our booth.
So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The lieutenant closes his note.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
I'm gonna save. I wanna try to load the game and first I wanna see what happens if I actually try to arrest him. I'm curious. I don't think it's gonna be the right option or anything, or I don't know, maybe it's gonna lead to death.
This is where you say
no matter
you're
what.
dead.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you.
Oh,
You should.
Oh, he was a real.
I can't.
You might want to.
These guys do a head count first. Start sitting on a cross at the
Just
piece
try to
and
go
then
through this
the enemy in the
quickly.
far corner. On his, let's call this size for in the mid. In conclusion, exactly.
The fuck is with you, fella? Why do you. Or what?
Actually,
This person.
shut the fuck up!
It has to.
So let me get this.
That's right. You're not
Good.
There's no point in pushing it for.
the pretty boy.
Funny. But my part.
Container belt? Because we did this. God.
No.
All 7 together. They're diluting
How
responsibility.
did you kill him?
We hanged him.
Didn't they take
The autopsy.
Yeah, that's right.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first.
My fucking
Samaran, he may be lying.
right fucking here. The fucker started coming to our bar.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
First, tell me who is solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
Who's cracking under pressure? This one, he's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They're smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link of the chain. I don't think it read it out. Sorry for the interruption. There was a phone call, but it's probably some scam crap. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's get back to work. Hey, you, turn to the big guy. You having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. A few coiled locks of locks are peeking from out under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
The man next to the big guy burst out laughing.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of toy.
There's something you're not telling me.
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know, he doesn't have trouble breathing.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. He's genuinely trying to look out for Angus. This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Okay, I have other questions.
Like what, copper? How many
Okay, I
people
guess I should
Or send
do
them to
this.
Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
The River Esperance correction.
Rest assured.
Are you deaf? Do you think.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
Maybe If he's the weakling, let's see what happens if I point at Fat
The
Angus.
sweaty man turns red and looks first down, then around him, apologetically.
It's not the fat ass. Titus runs the Hardy Boys, G.
I think you got.
Yes, there are some administrative
When
differences
did
you
it
don't.
occur?
No, Lizzie.
Known. Yeah.
Quiet.
By the
No. Why don't you ask?
That's enough insinuation.
Why did you kill him?
I am.
what kind of?
The kind of
A live grin.
This one had
I can't prove it, but I know.
Cause one night,
Really?
yeah,
We couldn't.
Sire, this is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong.
From rape, he regrets
To kill us all.
yeah,
He grabbed someone.
yeah. Show me your con. Why don't you show me?
Aren't you?
Yeah.
there's something.
Maybe it's like some woman that Fat Angus liked. Maybe he raped her.
Seems
or
like
something.
they don't want to talk about that.
No. You're not getting the name. Yeah, long.
It's all.
Okay, let's try to arrest
Now
him.
you're
Let's see
easy.
what happens.
Walk back from the provocation. They're armed.
Look, coppers. I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us and 2 of you.
The ball's the size of your eye. I can almost see the stars.
You're under arrest.
The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast. Not an echo. No one screams. It's more dead cops.
Okay,
Sadly,
so it's
from
just-
the district of Martinez, as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating in the canal.
Yeah. No, that doesn't surprise me at all. Maybe I still wanna try because I wanna know that, get the information out that the character knows that, Fat Angus is the weak link, as it were. And also I should get rid of this pad because it reduces my authority.
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Precinct 57.
Hey,
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple
What is he fuck?
hey, asshole.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh,
You should.
Oh, he was.
I can't.
You might want to.
These guys do a head count first. Started sitting
Scan the
across.
room,
He
I
spent
know
and
this
then
stuff.
the M in the far corner. Size in conclusion. Exactly.
The fuck is with you, fella? What do you. Or what?
Actually, boy.
This person,
Shut the fuck up.
it has
So let me get.
That's right. You're not cop.
good. There's no point in pushing it further.
The pretty
Funny. But my part.
container belt? Because we did this. To get God.
No.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility.
How did you kill him?
The autopsy showed.
Yeah, that's right.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then
My fucking.
Samaran, he may be lying, but he's good at it. No twitching, no rushing. Actually, they're admiring. Well, this one, but he's always fidgeting.
Right fucking here.
I have to do some saves coming. It's the rules of the game. Clearly, they mandate that I do it.
This is where you say your bed.
It's like I have to brute force my way to
Detective.
victory.
Precinct 57.
Hey,
Do not let this
What is he fuck?
hey, asshole. Up.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Oh,
You should.
Oh, he was.
I can't.
You might want to.
These guys do a head count first. Start sitting on it across. And he spent his and then the M in the far on his. Let's call this size in the mid in conclusion. The exact.
The fuck is with you? What do you. Or what?
Actually, boy.
This person.
Shut the fuck.
It has to.
So let me.
That's right. You're not cop.
Good. There's no point in pushing it further.
The pretty.
Funny.
Container belt? Because we did this. God.
No.
All 7.
We hanged.
Didn't they?
The autopsy showed they were no ligature.
Yeah, that's right.
Make them a bit more.
My fucking...
Samaran, he may be lying, but he's good at it. Titus is
Okay, we
solid
did
as a
it.
rock, and so are a few others.
Who's solid?
This little him neither.
Tracking, so Fat Angus.
Right fucking here.
Fuck off.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
No, of course he's...
Fuck off.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy.
Like what, Copper? How many people have
Yes,
Or send them to reunion to rock.
the River Esperance, correct?
Rest assured.
Are you deaf? Do you think...
Okay, so I guess
Who do you fucking think
on to
does?
Titus.
That's right, asshole.
I think you got your answer.
No. You did not get an answer. Titus does... You don't...
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
No. Yeah.
Quiet.
By the...
No. Why don't you?
That's enough insinuation for today.
Why? 'Cause I am.
What kind of...
The kind of
Alive.
This one has a...
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that.
'Cause one night.
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't...
Sire, this is a serious violation of the...
Wrong.
From rape. He regrets...
To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabbed...
Yeah. Show me your con. Why don't you show...
Aren't you?
Yeah. Me?
There's something. Seems like they don't want to talk.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
So what are we going to do now?
Nothing. Your investigation here...
I think we're going to stick around. I've done this job for long enough.
Good luck with that.
Rent-a-cop. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Well, yeah, this isn't going to succeed anytime soon, so I guess I won't try rolling it here. No. So I guess I can equip the clip pad, save the game. Guess just overwrite the previous one.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Maybe we have to get the fat guy separately. You know, I could just try to...
Yes. Authority. Fevers, did you already? You're probably right.
I could just try to save Scum this. I probably won't. I have to try a few times, you know. Maybe I will get lucky and get, you know, double
Looks
sixes.
like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing,
I'm so good.
drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this before?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot, but, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
I get it, Titus, you guys really are the authority around. You must be, just like real cops, drinking beer and sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I'm drunk on the job too. I don't give a shit like you guys.
Speak for yourself, buddy. We've been giving a shit for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
He picks the beer back up.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
It's not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
The lieutenant takes out his notes.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde.
I think he's the one on the second floor.
You.
We talked to her at the at the beginning of the game. I think it's her.
Shit. The girl.
Yeah.
The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Class, you correct your time.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours.
Miss Oranje disco dancer?
Sure. Why not? You've probably
Fine,
seen
we're
her
gonna
around.
fail this one.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our...
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound calm, normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
I think okay, yeah, not this one. So, what's her relationship with the mercenary?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
No, it's not. If it's a motivation why they killed the guy. So the rape, when was it?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
He turns to Glenn.
Here you go, boss.
The tall blonde throws him a can. Titus cracks it open. So, scratch your head. What's your relationship with her?
I know her.
He looks around and uncommon silence fills the room. So maybe it's his girlfriend or sister or something.
How well do you know her?
Well enough, Copper. We partied. She's been here for a few months.
He crossed his arms. So she's not from around here?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Oranje disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all. Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
You said you partied. Cool, that's cool, but what did you mean?
What do you think I meant?
Was it sex?
Yeah, pretty much.
So you're saying you two were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
What do you think I meant?
Okay, drugs?
Yeah, we did them. What's that to you? God damn it. Get it over with. What do you think I meant?
Did you do sex, drugs, and karaoke?
Yes, yes, and no. Got something to say. God damn it. Get it over with.
Okay, we'll talk.
Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
Okay, let's piss off. But hey, I did that. I managed to do the 3% chance die roll. So that was nice. Feels good when you get lucky like that.
Officer, what was that?
What was what?
You looked strange when he mentioned the assault victim's name. Do you know that woman?
Yeah, we're just gonna talk in front of them. They will hear everything. Yes.
Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
I didn't read. I met her in the hallway after I woke up.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
I tried to hit on her.
Understood.
He's stone-faced. Better not to add anything to that.
What else did you do?
Okay, nothing.
We'll be alright, officer. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance.
Ooh.
It's going to be alright.
We got more sanity.
Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride here. Try not to mess it up.
So can we... What's this window? Can we do something?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
Yeah, let's see if we get lucky again.
Nothing.
Oh no.
Just black
it's 10. It's pretty good. But not cigar enough. So, okay, we still have an hour and a half until we finish this thing. I still hate this woman. I don't hate these guys as much as... like, if it's true that the victim did rape the woman, then it's... he deserved to get hanged. But... I sort of have my doubts. Like, maybe he just seduced her, or maybe, paid her to have, to do stuff with him, so I don't know.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
A woman's voice answers, muffled by the door.
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Let's look at her stuff. Hotel bill calculations look like she had an extended stay. Piles of dirty clothes, woman's. Wait. This room has sand all over it, reminds you of your own. The yard below a corpse lies under the pine tree. Ah, okay, so you can see the...
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Look at the toothbrush.
It's been used quite a lot. This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a damn about her teeth.
Look at the medications.
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
There's quite a collection here.
Anything of note?
Search the bottles.
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoperidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads Nacra. Nacra, this is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Nacra opioid antagonist.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
The lieutenant nods, then looks at the door, searches a pill
Among
sheet.
some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Okay, let's change the gloves first.
This medicine cabinet is stocked
See, now
with
is
drugs.
the chances are
A
even
bright
higher.
orange
We
bottle
did it.
with peptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container, and your chest swells with pride. Look, it's made right here in Revachol by San Baptiste, a proud Revacholian pharmaceutical company with great traditions.
What's so exciting about this orange bottle?
It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Okay, let's change the gloves again.
This medicine cabinet is... There it is. The orange sun
See,
wearing
now how can I unsweat in my hands?
nostalgic for it. You dropped it, smack dab in the middle of the floor. There it is. Orange...
What is quick load? Is it F9 or F4? I think it's some... Okay, yeah, F9 is quick load.
This medicine cabinet, there it is. The orange sun. You dropped it, smack dab in the middle of the floor.
Since I got this far, I have to get this.
This medicine cabinet, there it is. The orange, you dropped it.
I feel obligated to steal it.
This medicine cabinet, there it is. The
It's
orange,
my
silently,
destiny.
the bottle slides into your palm. Feels so sleek and beautiful. You got it. Here comes the afterburner. Time to become a super detective again, Harry. Just put it in your sweaty little hand.
Okay, let's go talk to the woman. I sort of think I should keep the electrochemistry gloves on because the conversation might change to, you know, drugs. You feel somebody watching you behind the glass door. A woman. The bed is hastily being made. What's this? Oh, okay, it was just going to the balcony or something. Smell of cigarette smoke in the air. Astra menthol. A cold coffee and an ashtray that looks like a hedgehog. Ah, hedgehog. Oh no. Naughty hate symbol nowadays.
Welcome to the roof.
Young woman has a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee. She doesn't look so young. This picture.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you got here.
Nice? I don't know about that, officer.
She looks north toward the yard.
Where the ripe corpse of a man still lies on the ground, spotted with green and purple. The woman doesn't flinch, but There is something in her light brown eyes. A sadness.
You mentioned a cleaning lady. I think I need one.
Oh, yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
They
Sounds
also
cool,
say
I have to
that's why
say.
the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
So I got an achievement, say 7 super detective lines or something. Unhinged, what was it? Unhinged super detective lines. So they also say that's why the cleaning lady quit, because of the Infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
Once a cop, always a cop.
Like riding a copacycle.
I wonder how many copacycles she's ridden. Hey, I see that sound. Welcome back. She takes a sip of her coffee. Hello, Vincent Vega. She wants to cop a feel, that's right. Or she wants a cop to
We
feel.
are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
She takes a pensive drag of her menthol cigarette.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Okay. What is your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amondou.
Clausier.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent.
Are you from Oranje?
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate.
What is
A
Oranje?
bad memory, officer.
Understood.
It's the past. People can't go back to the past.
Thankfully, it's implied.
I'm not gonna ask her age. That sounds like a bad idea. What do you do, miss? What is your specialization?
Something stupid.
Wanna hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows Patrol Officer Tilbrook his genital warts, asking if they're cancer. His partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's shown him a dead dog under the radiator. It's dead, Mullins says. No, the man replies. I touched him. He's warm. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator.
You're a cop?
No, no. More stupid. Oranese lit.
Oranje lit?
Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
What is Oranje's literature about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
Oranje lit, what do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money then? Money is very important. Show her some money.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit.
Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
She smiles.
It's the world's most tired smile. Miss Oranje, now there is something you should linger on.
What is Miss Oranje 37?
It's a beauty pageant, held in the year of our century 37, in Oranje.
Yeah, now it's 51, so that's 14 years ago. So yeah, she's not that young, unless she was, I don't know. Maybe she was 6 years old when she was Miss Oranje. What is a beauty
It's a
pageant?
competition for stupid girls. Men look at them and choose the most beautiful.
What is beauty? Can we ask, what is love? Baby, don't
When you
hurt
have
me.
the fewest deviations from the norm. I've been told it's a type of mediocrity that I possess.
So you were stupid and mediocre.
No. I was the most stupid and mediocre. And I got a crown and a sash and a scepter for it. And a scholarship to study at an islet.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. I would offer you coffee, but it's garbage. Literally tastes like poison.
Could we take a look at your passport, please?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
She seems to be telling the truth, sire.
Yeah, okay then.
Okie dokie.
Fine, let's ask.
I'm 28.
So, if that's true, she was 14 when she won the competition, right? Sounds a bit sus. Good age, you mean 14 or 28? Okay, thank you, that's it for the record.
The record. So official.
Yeah, 28 lol. Okay, I noticed your room is close to mine. I have a personal question.
Yes. You're just one room away. Very personal.
Good, yes. This means she could have heard something, like what you were doing before you blacked out.
Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
He waits for you to finish the sentence.
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Fine, nice room, but we sort of said nice room you got there. Okay, they tell us you've been through something difficult.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean?
Were you sexually assaulted, miss?
By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
She takes a quick drag unperturbed.
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
What does that mean? Were you...
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Denial. Yeah. Okay, then do we have to go look for rapeable women in this game?
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Yes, I sort of understood. So I guess, yeah, maybe she just had sex with the guy and the Hardy guy didn't like it.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
Titus asked you to spice things up for us.
Pretty much.
She cradles her coffee cup in both hands.
Warming them.
Are you sure? What did happen between you and the victim?
We partied.
What kind of partying? Punch your bloated face, the kind I do.
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
No one parties harder than me.
Please, you're alive in 50. I've known people who party so hard they're dead at 14.
She stops to take a short drag.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Were you lovers?
I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word. But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
The lieutenant's voice is quiet, calm.
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
Oh, scar. I just noticed something, like, this game is eerily realistic. I've been streaming a bit over 2 hours, and also in game I've been playing almost 3 hours. We woke up in game time 7:30, and now it's 10:18, so it's like a bit under 3 hours. So the time passes almost the same as in real world in this game, apparently.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Must be hard for you, point to the yard, seeing him there all the time.
Oh yes. I have multiple viewpoints. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Ah, so she's the one who called.
Jackpot.
The call reporting the hanging, that was you?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Refrigerated, miss.
If it's snitching, then why do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Tearing off his armor. Demeaning him. Throwing rocks at him.
The voice was disguised. Did you...
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it how?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
So, she's God's mystery phone cutter.
In the process, you broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry.
Why go through all the
I
trouble?
don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
She looks away. You gonna ask her about the R word again?
He won't be down there long, miss.
I
We will
guess.
move the body to the morgue soon.
Are you sure you weren't raped?
I'm 89% sure.
Does that mean you're 11% not sure?
You know how it is.
Do you?
Do I?
Maybe you don't.
The ash on her jumpsuit. The ash lands on her jumpsuit. He brushes it off.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here.
Okay then.
She takes a long, hard drag off her cigarette, then stretches her neck.
What can you tell me about him? Name, eyes, age?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now.
Yeah, love the
I can't talk
responses.
about his, I don't know,
Yeah.
hair.
Tough game. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes it's quite confusing, like, you know, the main character seems to be hallucinating, and I was wondering, like, you know, is it really hallucinating, or is it just, I don't know, weird sense of humor or something?
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
I've also seen him in a dream. Okay.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
I've never seen this game. I think I've heard the name. Yeah, I haven't played this before either until this week. But yeah, I've heard about it, like probably when it first came out and stuff. I was a bit ambivalent about it. Like, you know, it sounded interesting, but there were also some things that sounded a bit suspicious. Like, you know, it's an RPG, but there's no combat. So it's like, you know, it sounds sort of like a pussy kind of RPG, but I sort of like it. It's sort of like a reimagining of like some mix between an RPG and a point-and-click adventure game. You know, it's a decent sort of new genre of gaming, I think, because Game Deck, another game that's quite similar. I streamed it earlier. Is, you know, I liked it too. Anyways.
She sees them in each other's arms.
You're in each other's arms?
Yes. And then he's dead. His mouth agape.
She looks into the light green pack of cigarettes and pulls out another one, preparing to light it. I see him as me.
She dips the cigarette in the lighter's flame and inhales, then looks at you with her lungs full of smoke.
I can see the similarity, yes.
She breathes out through her nostrils. The air smells of menthol. Maybe they did actually do something together or something, you know, during his drinking binge.
Funny.
The lieutenant says softly.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's move on.
What did they hang him for if not rape?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now.
How did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
Could that be why they lynched him? Jealousy?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea.
What do you mean?
Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
She changes balance from one foot to another, crossing her legs.
Okay, thanks for telling us all this, miss.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion?
I had something else before we go, a little thing.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Nice room you got
Yeah,
here.
it's pretty deluxe.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
Look around. Hate to say it, but you've got sad all over the place.
Yeah, I've contaminated it pretty bad.
Is that why you're out here?
The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door.
What exactly is the nature of this contamination?
For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
She taps the roof with her heel.
Somewhere below, military-grade sad is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It will lead to introspection.
Something is bad, point to your head, in my head, in the past.
That's where it always comes from, isn't it? From the head and from the past.
It's a feeling white and filled with doom, gaseous, invisible, deadly, it's everywhere.
Sounds like an advanced form of what I've got, with a bit of old love sprinkled on top.
Doesn't feel like love at all.
Are you sure? Love is terror.
She breathes in a large billow of menthol-infused smoke, savors it, then lets it out slowly. What are you doing here in the whirling in rags?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
Why here?
Here in the whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
Martinez?
I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
You're too young to call yourself a disco has-been.
I'm really not.
You have quite a collection of prescription drugs down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
She says without any discernible irony. It's quite impressive. How did you amass such a hoard?
With money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The anti-star is, or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs, he eventually mutated into a corpse.
Okay, I guess I should. The collection includes Nacra, an opioid antagonist.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
His tone isn't aggressive, just inquisitive.
Better safe than sorry.
She takes the drugs and dragon smiles. That's for us.
Very funky.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
This is quite difficult. Let's talk about this so-called
Not my favorite
assault
topic.
instead. No, okay.
But how about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
Yeah. I guess I can try this check. Like, is a white check? I can retry it.
She looks back.
Yeah.
Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit.
What's happening?
Nothing. Just time passing. Don't worry. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detective.
Avert your
the
eyes.
strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m. drinking coffee, most likely.
Is this a different kind of door?
The
Different room?
same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Where does this
I
lead
don't
to?
know.
He makes a note in his
It is
notebook.
not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door.
Do you think it's important?
I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case. The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
Push.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets.
Yeah. He wants to talk.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
You think this will make them cooperate?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Say in a hushed voice, why did she tell us all that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
I'm not sure she had to lie. I wouldn't have known.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Something's off here.
You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon.
Let's see if I can go to his room. What's this? Okay.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Am I a smoker?
Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker, especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously.
But she broke it at the filter. I can't smoke.
How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
The idea seems to make your neck expand. Suddenly, the garish tie feels very snug.
Like a cat rubbing itself against its owner's calves. A cat that wants you to smoke a lot. Or you could not do that. No one is making you.
I'll think about it.
Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
So can we go to his room? I guess no. Anal front? What? Here. Maybe before going back to talk to the Hardy Boys, I'm gonna head out. Just hey, there's something in my room I can have a look at. The door. Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door. What's this?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
I did it my way.
I can see that.
He takes a step toward the door. It looks like he'd Like to leave now, the atmosphere is oppressive. Let's close the door. So yeah, let's go out because I had to get 10 more. Oh, what's this? 10 more bucks. One thing on the front page rings a bell. What front page? What are you talking about? But yeah, I need to get some money to pay for the night, or I will die. Even though I'm a hobo cop.
An old call box with this button.
This button looks new.
Is there any...
It's probably not connected yet.
Main hall building be whirling in
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Pleasance. Somebody mentioned her. I don't think I've met her, but I do recall somebody saying that somebody's called Pleasance.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Try to impersonate Kuno. Fuck off, pig! I'm Kuno. I don't give a shit. Let me in.
Pardon? This is not Kuno. Who is this? Please just stop calling here. I don't...
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Okay, how about Andrew Orlando Hare?
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair.
Slipstream SC.
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Hello, is anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice crackling and fragile through the static.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
Hold on, Tricentennial Electrics? I thought I was calling Slipstream's SCA.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice here.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Yeah, it's me. No, do we know each other?
Michelle, just please.
She stops and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by ancient static.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Michelle? My name's not Michelle, I'm Harry.
Ever since I came to live here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
I don't know, I feel like we're calling a ghost or calling to the past or something.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally meet again.
Forget about what?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Oh God, please don't cry.
She doesn't answer.
You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
I get it. What happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Fuck.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read
Ah, yeah, we finished the bow collector.
It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer, like in a dolly zoom. And there's something in the air as you stand there and wave back at the shapes growing smaller and smaller. Something that has always been there. A great see-through world. The tenderness you feel. The ghost of Revachol between you, carrying your signals. The holy messenger.
Shivers +3, okay. So okay, our Shivers is really high now. Tune into the city. Okay. I'm still not sure what this actually is supposed to mean, like the Shivers stuff. But I think I have to... Oh yeah, so I can... What? Problem... Like what's okay, learning cap for Shivers is raised to 6. But now it's 6, so can I unlearn Robocop? Maybe I should save and see if this is how it works. Like if I unlearn it, okay, I get more money from selling tear, but I still don't have a bag. And reveals extra special collects editing on the map. Is there a map in this game? I haven't seen any maps. All endurance white checks unlocked. Ace is high. Oh, collector. Well, this seems... Yeah, so I have to unlock one of these. Some kind of superstar. I wonder what I get. Okay, this takes a long time. I don't wanna... Yeah, I wanna see what this is. Some kind of superstar. And let's try this check.
Matrix. No, hold on. The last thing you...
Let's try it again. Because we have a good chance of succeeding, more than 50%.
No, hold on.
So don't try it with me, game. This will be a cakewalk, you know. It's just gonna take 10 attempts to succeed in a row.
Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and alright. Maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. Oblivion's the ace in your corner.
Okay, call her again.
There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's cold outside, and you can hear the wind blowing into the speaker.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Hi, it's me again. I wanted to talk to you.
My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
Please don't hang up. I just want to explain myself.
It's you. My God.
Wait, is she...
Didn't you already say that the last time we talked, so is it a recording?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand.
Is this some kind of joke?
It doesn't matter what I say, you're just going to continue, right?
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Is it over? Can we talk now?
Ever since I came to work here, it's as if my mind's been wiped.
Say nothing.
And then it hits you.
Yeah, you're recording, right?
She tries again not to cry. and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a wax cylinder. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this.
Just a recording, and here I thought...
Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. From time to time, you can hear people talking in the distance, but can't make out any words. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going.
Keep listening.
The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
Is anyone there?
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head.
For 300 years I have been here, volatile and luminous, made of sodium and rain.
What the fuck is going on?
If you want me, you can find me on the beach. Donazernebal.
In the, like, behind ball? I don't know what is ball. I think dernier is like rear, behind something.
So...
The strange alien thought pattern ends. Lieutenant cuts in, inspecting the intercom.
It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve.
Wait, recording trapped in circuitry?
Mm-hmm. I don't have time to explain it to you right now. Maybe sometime later.
He looks at the sea, almost wistful. Something weird just happened to me.
Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
Well, that is true. That's very accurate.
That is true. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No.
Let's just let's go talk to the kid. Kuno? What's his name? Yeah, the body is still here.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it?
I didn't try to shoot her, I just aimed at her.
What? Bitch! You fucking making excuses for yourself now?
I think we all moved past that by now, Kuno.
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you for a while.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again, and Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night with a knife.
He points towards whirling in rags and whispers.
Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony. Put the fucking knife in you. Yeah.
I've been in your room.
But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals. Shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time.
Okay, let's.
And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it?
Kuno, I need a fridge to stash the body.
For the fucking. Good thing you asked the Kunmeister. Kuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing.
I thought you would. Where is it?
Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Kuno? What's the return on Kuno's investment?
Okay, convince him to spill the beans.
By killing in his territory, someone has openly challenged Kuno. It's in his best interest to put them in their place.
Some arrogant shit thinks he can kill in Kuno's kingdom without asking Kuno first. That sounds like lawlessness to me.
A dark flame smolders in Kuno's eyes as he ponders your argument. Wordless, like kings do.
This king's fate is in your hands. Let's make an example of him. Help me locate him using the fridge body technology.
Alright, Kuno hears you. See that shit house over there?
He points to the collapsed building by the bookstore.
A cold comes over you as you glance behind him at the crumbling colossus there, casting a shadow on you.
Yes, I see it. The big tall one behind you.
You gotta get in that shit. In there, deep.
What do you mean in there deep?
Check the fucking basement, pig. Don't you know anything? Always check the fucking basement, recon style. There's a giant fridge down there. Fucking will fit, no problem. It looks like a white bear or some shit. Try not to piss yourself when you see it.
A white bear? A polar bear?
How do I get in the building again?
Through the bookstore. You gotta beg the book bitch. Used to be you could get in there through the doorbell, jam that shit. Book bitch changed that. Kuno doesn't beg, so Kuno doesn't go there anymore.
Beg the book bitch?
Yeah, book bitch, beggar. You stupid or something?
He means the bookstore. We have to ask Plaisance.
Ah,
is
okay,
the
it's
mother of
her,
the little
okay.
girl peddling books on the plaza. We have to ask Plaisance in the store.
Impressive note-keeping, Lieutenant.
See, the cloud gets it. Listen to your four-eyed friend.
Thanks, Kuno.
You didn't hear it from Kuno, pig. But don't forget where you heard it from.
Kuno owns you now, pig. You're Kuno's property.
Kuno doesn't...
Okay, so let's go talk to the book bitch. Where can I get the bag for those bottles? For the tears? Who's this? Working class woman. You see a sturdy woman humming to herself, seems to be browsing a book. A good one, point at the book.
Yes? Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on reading. Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Good question. Shouldn't a working class woman be working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read.
Phenomenal.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
He points to his sleeve. Good then.
Mm-hmm.
She reverts her attention to the soggy books on the bookstand. Do you need any help, policeman?
What with?
She tries hard to focus on the bookstand. Watch her browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
Maybe your husband is missing?
My husband? No, he's not.
So where could he be?
I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
Right, I got it.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her attention back to books.
Okay, just gotta go. I don't want to talk to her anymore. Let's go talk to the book, bitch. Yeah, we talked to her already. That's why I recognize the name Pleasance. Something trout. Old sports magazines.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
The clerk extends a greeting.
Welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
A golden pendant hangs around the woman's neck, in the shape of what looks like a tiny fish head trapped in amber.
Before we go on, you seem to be well off enough to give me some money. I feel there won't be an opportune moment to ask later.
Sir, don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavour. One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
You misunderstand me. I'm a powerful feudal lord. I demand tribute. This is about traditions.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this tribute, power. These are not the traditions we're used to in this part of the world.
Curious. Okay, let's try if there's some other.
Certainly, there
option.
are good things to be said about dependence.
Well, this is just a communist answer. Well, I'll try.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking enemy.
Curious pendant you're wearing.
Yes. Helps to have an anchor in these times.
She clutches the pendant, narrows her eyes as well. So you are the owner of this store.
I am. The proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Her voice, high-pitched, sounds familiar. You talked to her before through the doorbell.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
The girl outside mentioned this place is cursed.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about? Doesn't feel like it's thriving. Feels ghostly.
Your daughter is the one standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, of course.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking?
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10. She's certainly very polite and helpful.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
The way you're handling her strikes me as wrong.
Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise their children. It's none of your or anyone's business.
Okay, let's change the subject.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go, get back there. The books await you.
What type of books do you have?
Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She's attempting to mentally direct you towards the shelves. She only wants you to buy the goods. She doesn't care about the books.
Do you even know what books you have for sale?
Truth be told, not really. My sister brings in most of the goods. I'm sure it's all very literary stuff with well-written prose, but you don't learn about the important things in life from fabricated stories.
Wait, shouldn't the storekeeper know about her wares?
I provide a valuable service. As long as people buy books, I'm fine.
She wiggles her bony fingers at you. Where do you learn about the important things then?
The truth is available if you just know where to look, and you have to open and free your mind to understand.
She nods at you cryptically. Alright, I'll take a look.
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved.
Okay, I was told there was a huge fridge in the building cellar. Can you lead me there?
A fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge. Aren't you interested in books?
She nods at the bookshelf.
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have to find your own way to the cellar.
Okay, goodbye, farewell, goodbye, whatever. So maybe the cellar is over there.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over.
Stargate, what's all this crime fiction?
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Look through the display of
Crime
books.
fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work. glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure.
You see, Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Any more there?
Yes. There's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, My Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen.
Okay.
Another one.
I do sort of
and of course
appreciate
Mullen,
them
the murderer.
going through the effort of having all this, but I'm getting fed up with Dick.
Come on. This is not the way real police solve crimes. The real police are some 20 kilometers away, sitting in an armored motor carriage.
Come on, Chester. Tell the story again.
Bald man turns toward the lean man, pats him on the back.
Again? Man, I tell that one at least once a month. It's not that interesting.
The fuck it is. And these guys haven't heard it. You see, Chester here.
He pokes his finger at the lean man. Chester faked his own death once.
Gosh, why?
One civilian looks on, amazed. The bald man bellows a
A very fucking dangerous case, ain't that right, Chester? They almost got you that time.
Yeah, sure came close. Alright, so I was tailing this guy called Francis the Shoe.
The inside of the motor carriage is thick with cigarette smoke. Outside it starts to rain.
After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Reaction speed, who is Dick Mullen?
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails.
Okay, fine. Quaint picture book brochure, very colorful. Some of fascist magic, rather candid. Sounds interesting. What is
the
fascist
plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Store keep anything of note on his shelf?
I would say The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Who or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure.
Is that
But
Dolores
surely I don't
something?
have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
So you recommend it?
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one? Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Yeah, not now.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney races in history.
Gay
One
race
of them
car
is the madcap driver,
stuff.
Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into
it's
the
like
other.
Marilyn Manson.
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead.
Yeah. What this? Another boring book.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's all amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note, when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Interesting.
Various paranatural books still...
I don't really want to keep the whole day browsing books.
Hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Okay, Martinez.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48.
So it's 3 years old.
Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you, radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Squint first. Can you see cities on the islands?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fond de Lair, and Vilmandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas, lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
Look at the map of
The
River
north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Hudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is. North of Jamrock. The strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just... No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
Storekeep, can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the one of Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Let's see what sort of bonuses and minuses I have from all this crap. Tools.
Several maps have been... The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches
try to steal it.
You peek at the
Yes!
waiting for her to be distracted. When she's not looking, you deftly rip the map off the bulletin board and pocket it.
First try.
You're now the proud owner of a map of Martinez, which, to be honest, did not even cost that much.
Yeah. 5-finger discount. Okay, let's have a look.
Features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner.
Trace a path through the grid.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Okay, and we get...
some kind of superstar.
Yeah, this thing.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists or prime ministers or prophets. And you're the first one.
Okay, -1 logic. Learning cap for visual. Well, this isn't that good. Like, if I wanna raise something really high, then it's decent. But yeah, maybe I'm gonna forget it. Let's see. Like, can I just relearn it if I, forget it? So it will be lost forever. Okay, so then I don't wanna. What is white morning? It would be nice to have some idea what this gives me. Well, this. Sure, let's internalize this thing. It's gonna take forever to get this, but yeah, maybe, eventually we should be able to get it. Then I should, where's the map? Map is here. Okay, finally. Mirror. Communistic. So it shows, like, if there's roles that we have to, I don't know. Yeah, like if we gain some skills, we can try to retry them or something. And these are, I guess this is like successful ones, or no, this conceptualization, that would be to accept his, philosophy or something. So maybe, yeah, these are, those on white are available to try now. Where is the trash container? So this is probably where the
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room.
The basement is here, I guess.
Cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Examine the strange cage-like trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
And who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Shopkeeper, what's behind the curtains?
Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Pull open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand has closed around her pendant, her fingers nervously playing with the talisman.
Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
This is about the curse? That's why you're afraid?
No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains.
She's almost begging you. Ma'am, this is different. Well, maybe this, but I sense this place calling me. I must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir.
Ma'am, this is different. I'm a police officer. I need to get in here.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly as her hand flies over her mouth, baffled by her own bluntness.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
I heard there's a fridge there that I need.
Everybody suddenly needs something from there. Leave the curtains be. It's what it wants.
I don't care. You can't stop me. I'll open them.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. Go see what she has to say.
No, it's not
there
always
is
good.
Something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
Fine, let's go talk to her. Is there like some... I don't know, maybe we can get her consent to open the curtains?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime.
Why are you so uptight about those
biographies of
curtains?
famous
I just
people.
want to know what's on the other side.
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of.
If it's just a storage room, does it have a Seminese ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration.
She wavers under your gaze, mouth pressed into a tight-lipped smile, then something breaks.
Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing.
DCA.
Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
She closes her eyes and starts mumbling something to her pendant.
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation.
A shiver runs through the woman as she looks around the dimly lit store.
It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
She peers at the curtains again.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
Strange. I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
She nods at the strange cage-like trinket on the curtains.
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well? Point at the necklace.
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
15% of 0 is still 0.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
No, it's just some, very leftist hipster kind of way of describing. Why didn't you just tell me right away about the curse?
It's not good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Would you like me to take the case? I could investigate, see if the curse is real.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A paradetective. Tell her there's a dead body involved. That will make it easier.
Seriously, I need to get to the fridge in the cellar. It's a police matter. I have a dead body to take care of.
A dead what? Oh my god! A victim of the curse? The curse has started killing people? It's killing now?
She grabs her head with both hands. You're right. The curse is worse than ever. That's why you need to let me in there to investigate.
You're right. It's worse than I imagined. We definitely have to contain it now.
Yes, this is your chance. This is your chance. Only a paradetective can solve this case. This definitely softened her up.
I guess. Well, I'm gonna save first before I do that roll.
Hello again,
because
officer.
It's unlikely I will fail, but I could.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
What is perfidy? Ma'am, I came here to help. I've handled paranatural situations before.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I sense the psychic emanations from afar. The sleeper beyond calls out.
I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly, you look like a bit of a drinker. I'm sorry for being so blunt, but...
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I admit I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
I am the Void Revenant. I have the powers to debad all the bad energy.
I should have realized. A pattern lies within the fabric. The hand of fate guides us. Our meeting couldn't have been mere chance.
Perhaps you truly are the one to deliver this woman from the doom.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
No problem whatsoever. Your family is safe. The phantoms are no match for me.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
Hand on my honor.
Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity. Close your eyes, for I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney?
Chimney, the passage between heaven and hell, of course.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just office space. And the damn fridge. Don't be scared.
Okay, so we got a key, right? Okay, so it shows what was. Okay, whatever. Let's go in, face the monster. I don't think there's gonna be a monster, but hey, at least we managed to convince her.
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking.
Yeah, put them open.
You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
O escapes from Pleasance as she tries her best to look away, her round face buried in her hands. Ghostly silhouette of hairdryers. Vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Yeah, it's like David Bowie or something. Bowie? Merely looking at an unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
Knock on the door.
Only an echo. No one is there.
Unlock the door.
After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room. You feel the tiny hairs on the back of your neck rise up, as if someone's standing right behind you.
Touch the back of your neck. What is this feeling?
Outside, the wind howls in from across the bay. The building at Rue de Saint-Ghislain stands like a matchbox on its side, with men inside, like little wooden sticks, ready to catch fire. A panicking woman squeezes the pendant around her neck until it leaves a mark inside her palm. A man, a few meters away, stands frozen with a key in his hand. Somewhere inside, a spider is spinning its web.
Open the door and enter. Speak, friend, and enter. Sand is dripping from a punch bag.
What is this place?
Looks like a gym
Yes,
to me.
but no one's been here in ages.
He draws a stripe on the dusty floor with his flute.
I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Yeah, I'm so smart.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Let's just keep going. I'm sure it's just a regular abandoned house, nothing mysterious here.
Sounds good.
What's this? Shot put ball. Oh, that's quite valuable. That's nice. Citrus Fort is rest is worn off. I don't know what that is. Worn out wall bars, yellow gun safe.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
Look, Kim, it's a trap. There are no collars on the barbell.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard would just remove the collars? It should be a felony.
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Okay, I wonder if we can find the collars. Let's try it. Save's coming. I want to see what happens
The
if I
barbell
succeed.
waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
And I have the cool gloves. Ow.
You managed to... The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Because I'm wondering, like, you know, if success will give me, like, you know, stat boost to something. That's why I'm so intrigued by the barbells.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
I don't feel so safe coming though. Maybe I should just go up there. Maybe, you know, 1 or 2 times more. I can always try it later. Maybe one more time. You know, if I get lucky. Let's see.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Okay, I'm not gonna do it now. Maybe next time. Okay, so can we go up here? Always blocked by old window panes and debris. Animals staring at you in the dark, stuffed and mounted. For animals, no rest for their bodies after death. Large demijohn full of strange liquid. What is a demijohn? I have no idea. Airship rotors covered in spiderwebs, they remind you of blades. Yeah, mannequins, creepy. Naked mannequin torso, strange yellow color. Money! Lots of money. Blue velvet, soft to the touch, moth bitten. More money. Oh, I'm gonna be so rich. What's this? Steel rotor blades bearing Slipstream logo. Production schedule filament memory. What is this? Huge crisscross of filament feels oddly fragile in the hand. Its intricate structure covered in dust. Silver tape on the side reads production schedule note. The filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. Okay, so I should try to look for a radio computer. I guess I can try to go sell the shot put ball so I can actually pay for my Skyfish Slipstream printed on laminate top layer. So
looks like someone tried to
so I can pay for the, you know,
reconceptualize
daily
their
rent.
business here.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. I don't get it.
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
But the question is, which did they start with? Which did they pivot to?
That's a good question.
What a strange leap of imagination, and that they still failed. How sad. Finished off.
Reality is ruthless.
Okay. Interesting. Not really.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework.
Okay, so this is a computer.
The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Yes, I'm surprised and a bit cautious.
But we are looking for a fridge, and we are pressed for time.
On the other hand, it's not that I'm not interested in abandoned radio computers.
Turn on the
The
machine.
machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Look inside the
It's
compartment.
empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Insert the production schedule.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter?
I don't think so.
The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
See, I don't really think there's gonna be anything supernatural, because I think the author of this game is such a, materialistic communist or something, so it doesn't seem like there's gonna be anything supernatural in this game.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What is the production schedule?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Alright, thanks for the
That
explanation.
was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved. You should ask her for a hint.
Password? I'm really bad at passwords. Can you give me a hint?
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
This is the police. Please open this thing.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why did you call me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information about this company?
One moment.
You hear her flip through a catalog before she reads out with studious care.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog
Radio
says.
games, so video games, I guess?
That's not bad.
Wow, so conceptual. And what's that? This interactive call-in radio game.
Any other questions?
You hear her ask when the connection finally improves. What are you, a machine, or are you alive?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Okay, but where are you? How did you know where I am?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark. Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Doesn't it get lonely doing this job?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
That's all for now.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Old lady's voice disappears along with the static.
Tiles on the cube are still smouldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys.
Remove
The
the
filament slides
reproduction
out of its
print.
nothing happens.
So I have to find the password, I guess.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric. The whole thing resembles Cadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
Hold on, how do I know what Cadran mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
What am I looking at?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Of course, narrow your eyes. The anatomy of the curse.
Perhaps. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Wait, who's the Game Master?
Someone very important. The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
If it's a game, who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
What else?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
Okay, so check out the drawings.
These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins casting wax-based magic. Translucent welkins with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind.
Oh yeah, here you go. I guess they're like elves or dwarves, something like.
You should adopt one of those
Gnomes.
welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Examine the Welkin, this is important.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin, green welkin, dread welkin, and the high welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures.
I guess it's some RPG stuff. One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Why would anyone spend so much time on it?
Some people really like building a world, I think, even if it's just for a game.
Who are these creatures? Who them? Are they real? I have so many questions.
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Okay, it's educational, let's move on.
Just look at those details.
And for what? all gone.
Photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine, a much-needed respite from our own world. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Okay, the schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge of the abyss, an abyss of production. These squares look orderly, but beneath them is chaos, worry, pain. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Keep reading what happened.
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
The lieutenant looks at the frigid ice field of nothingness.
A note in the bottom left corner.
Notes.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise.
So he wants to talk.
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
Looks like just a failed business. The only question is, what the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question.
They were making an MMO. It's quite obvious. If you're nerdy like me.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
How are they
Through
planning
calling
to do
stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller calling stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Has anyone done this before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interinsulary game before. We just don't have the technology.
What is... this was a role-playing game?
Indeed. Those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with heat death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
What do you think happened to the company?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chart. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but...
They were insane if they thought they could do it.
Yes, especially in here.
The lieutenant looks around the derelict room, the pipes howl, and a rat crosses the floor in front of your feet.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Yes. Okay, well, I got XP out of it, so that is worth it then. Developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. Okay, yeah. if you hadn't figured it out before, it was an RPG or attempt at creating one. So where is the fridge? What's this? Money and pills. Oh, okay, this is the fridge. Let's check here first.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Look inside the furnace.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
What are you doing?
The lieutenant asks when he sees you climb halfway inside the furnace. I'm not sure, Kim, but I think I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really? You should investigate, see if someone's upstairs.
Smear your hands with coal.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. You feel the spirit of Ramut Karzai, ancient hero of Grad, pulsing through you. All that's left is to cover your face in war paint.
How about Karzai? Smear your cheeks black with coal.
3 dangerous stripes appear onto your cheeks, telling stories of your wild soul.
What are you doing?
I'm the reincarnation of an ancient Ilmaran warrior.
Please wipe your face clean.
No, you're a proud warrior. Keep it.
No.
You can feel your cheeks turn red.
Thank you. So.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again. I have to reload. I wanna become the warrior. It's my destiny. I think I will unlock a new... What's it called? Like these things, if I do it. Wall collapsed, inaccessible, so okay, quick save. Let's try again.
Looks like this furnace has a face. It's dark.
What are you doing? Wait, really?
Well, let's try this first.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then...
Hello?
You hear a woman's voice
You've
answer.
awakened the entity.
Hello, are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the 2nd floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Okay. Smear your hands
you
with
feel the
coal,
spirit of
and
our
then...
3 days.
What are... Please wipe your...
No, you're a proud warrior. You can feel your cheeks turn red.
Okay, let's do this first. I want to become the warrior. I'm not gonna give up on
A
this.
thick layer of... Looks like this furnace has a
Smear
lush layer. You feel the spirit
coal.
of 3 days.
Please wipe...
No, you're a proud warrior. You can feel your cheeks turn...
Wait, I should take out... Remove the pad from my hands because it reduces my authority.
A thick layer of... Looks like this furnace has a lush... You feel the spirit 3 days.
Please wipe...
No, you're a proud
See, now
warrior.
it's much better because
These
I don't
3
have the pad.
stripes give you strength in this dangerous realm. It would be foolish to remove.
We're exploring this dark place and I need protection. My war paint affords.
And this protects you.
It gives me confidence and that's all that matters, Kim.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So let's put this back in my hand. Okay, well we know what this is, sort of, so let's first... Ice cream maker defrosted and unplugged. What's this? Flashlight casts a strange shadow. There's a hidden doorway here, okay. Frozen ice cream maker still running.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads off into the darkness, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
So maybe one of them is the fridge.
Don't rip the red one out. You'll awaken the ghosts.
Okay, don't mess with it yet. More stuff. Ooh, mesh tank top. Intercom wires running into the breaker box. I guess this is like exit somewhere. And there's more. Ooh, money. Cellar window, people's feet shuffling by on the street. Okay. Two rusty rifles are hidden above the piping. They look inoperable. Okay. Someone has stuck some busted guns beneath the ceiling.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Where are we? Look around the secret room. I guess this is some, hidden guns.
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Yeah, weapons cache, that's the word. Look, there's a hole in the wall.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Okay.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Inspect
Most
rifles.
of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
This one looks nice, take it.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
What does it mean, a rifle
It
here?
means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
So let's check the... of course we could sell it, but it might also be useful, maybe we can threaten somebody with it at some point. Make it seem as if it's functional. Not sure if this is the way the game rolls, but might be.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
Crack open the door.
A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Relax scheme is the fridge, remember?
Of course. A giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
He relaxes his hand, his face bathed in the harsh light of the open fridge door.
Just what we were looking for. Let's see what's inside.
Let's look inside
The
the
shelves
fridge.
are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Take the note.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
This is clearly the fridge. It looks big enough for 2 corpses.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough, too.
But the optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be as silent as we can. Your visual confirms you could fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge.
Shall we go and get the body then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
Okay, let's do this. Clap your
The
hands.
body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement. Then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Of course you don't. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This does not leave this room.
We did our best with the means at our disposal.
Did we though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
Examine one of the ice cream
A friendly
wrappers.
cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge, or the decomposing body in it.
What is a giant bear-shaped fridge doing in an abandoned cellar in the first place?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Lieutenant reaches for one of the wrappers. He studies it in the light.
Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets as she hops towards the ice cream stand right across the plaza.
Shake from the sudden cold sensation.
As she makes her way to the market stall, the girl starts crying. A ferocious ice bear is guarding the fridge, its paws raised to ward off any potential customers. Her mother rushes to soothe her, but Fifette doesn't want ice cream anymore. She just wants to go home. The ice bear stares at them as they leave the plaza. A gust of wind flies one of the wrappers right past the sobbing girl.
So they tried to sell ice cream from this hyper carnivore.
I know. What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The lieutenant points at the red snaky cable running from the fridge.
The electricity bill must be catastrophic. On the other hand, it did help us with a certain corpse situation.
Lucky us.
I'm gonna end the stream soon. I wanna try, you know,
glowing red.
Get
it's
lucky
guarding
with
over
this.
the freeze. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold, light blue and silvery in the...
One more time, and then I guess I have to increase perception. Is it possible? Do I have any? And my perception is like full. It's at the max. I think I have level up points, but I cannot increase my perception without maybe, you know, increasing these things. So yeah.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly. You touch the dead man's body.
Okay,
His skin
fine.
is cold, light
I won't keep trying this for the rest of existence. Like, I guess at some point we can increase perception and stuff, and then next time I can investigate this chimney and the quote-unquote curse and all of that stuff. But I'm gonna end the stream here, so yeah. I'm Adventure Argonaut, and I thank you for watching. Bye-bye!